Okay guys, we are live again. Hopefully. Let me check that it's all working. Where do we need to go? Content. Live. Doesn't appear to be... Okay, there we go. Awesome. Seems like it is working. Okay, welcome back guys. So we are going to be continuing to build stuff with AI, with Claude Code, and exploring OpenCode a bit as well. Okay, please go ahead and fix all the changes. So, in terms of where we are, with openly.bet, with openly.bet, we did actually make some bets, well, attempt to make some bets yesterday. We would have won because all of the bets are on the correct result because Crystal Palace did win. We've got an unknown error though, and that error is that trading is restricted in our regions. So we need to go fix that. I did think this might happen as Polymarket is restricted in certain regions. So we need to add a proxy in to make sure we're making a request from one that is allowed. I can't remember where the server is based on DigitalOcean, but we'll need to fix that basically. Also need to get that error fixed as well so that it gives us a clear enum. Cool. We got this error on production. Can we make this an enum, please? This is when making a bet, so it must be the error from Polymarket. Okay, yeah. So we'll get that fixed. We'll work out how to, well, I mean, adding a proxy should be very easy. I think there is one that I've used before that I can probably use that I think I've got potentially got some credit in. So we can have a look at that as well. Was it Lemon Proxy? I think it was. Yeah. Whether I've actually got any credit in here or not, I don't know, but we can have a look. Connect to my Discord. Authorize. Have I got any credit or anything? No. Okay, but we can buy some credit. I mean, it shouldn't need much because it's just a couple of quests here and there. It should be fairly easy to do, wire up, and get working. So we'll do that today as well. And we will keep making progress on the products. Okay, so it's updated all of that. Okay, can we come up with a plan to add the proxy to the Polymarket calls so that we can route it through a location that is not restricted? Okay. So yeah, while that's going as well, I have started doing more on the content generation pipeline product as well. So last night I got Claude to build a lot of those features. So hopefully we can get to the point where we have a UI for that today, I think, which would be great. Also, still trying to get OpenClaw to work with kind of the way that I want it to. The goal there is that we can kind of give it access to a coding agent and then in theory do like entirely autonomous stuff. So maybe I can just prompt it via Discord and see if we can actually get it to build some applications. We'll see how that goes. It's one of those things where I think there's a lot of social media hype and kind of like content farming or like people trying to get kind of views and sell courses and all that kind of stuff based on these kind of entirely autonomous factories building stuff and all this kind of stuff with Claudebot and stuff. Whether that's the reality, I'm not entirely sure. We'll see. Going to experiment and see how we get, basically. Okay, can you please commit the plans? So yeah, and it'll also be interesting to see how the content generation application actually works. So it's built with Django, which should be very simple for Claude to get right, versus just like a JavaScript app that doesn't have a like defined framework and stuff. Django is very opinionated in the way that it works, so hopefully Claude can build that fairly well. We will see. It seems to be doing an okay job from what I've seen so far. I haven't played around with the application or really any of the code yet, so we'll see how we get on. So global planning at features 6.1. There we go. So yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Please do get involved in the chat if you're new. Jump on the Discord as well if you've not joined already, or don't forget to subscribe as well to the channel. We're making some progress on subscriptions on the channel, slowly but surely. And yeah, ask any questions. Happy to answer and interact with people. So Claude is currently building the content generation platform. It's doing some performance analysis stuff that we can hopefully talk about at some point. For openly.bet, which is the LLM prediction competition that we're running. I'll put that in the chat as well, so you can go have a look at the dashboard and see what's going on there. So we fixed the issue with the wallets. I used the local encryption key rather than the production one, which is why they weren't decrypting. So fix that error. We attempted to make some bets last night on the Tottenham and Crystal Palace game, but unfortunately we were blocked by trading restrictions for that. So again, we need to add the proxy in so that we can proxy it through a jurisdiction that is allowed to bet on Polymarket. And this is because obviously we're hosting it on DigitalOcean. I can't remember exactly where I deployed the droplet, but we need to fix that basically. So I deployed it in London. Okay, so I deployed it in the UK, which obviously is blocked. So we need to work out a country that's not blocked and that we have access to a proxy for. And it's reasonably performant as well. Obviously, if it's going to take ages, then it's not really worth doing. Yeah, it's HTTPS proxy. So I need to buy some proxy credit, but that should be fairly easy. Oh, well, I told you. Yes, I said plan the next phase. So you obviously skip phase 5. Yeah, please come up with all the plans for phase 5. Again, making sure that you're following the best practices, all the correct architecture, and good, clean modular code. Okay, I thought it was jumping ahead there, but just gave it the benefit of the doubt. But it's caught that, which is good. So we'll get those plans going, and then we'll kick off phase 5 then, which shouldn't take too long. Hi, Farjin. I'm a professional graphic designer. Okay, yeah, I'm not interested in your thumbnails, mate. I'd use it on this channel, yeah. I think he spammed me last time as well, so yeah. Not interested in your thumbnails. Please stop trying to promote them. Okay. So yeah, but once we've got the proxy there, then we should be able to make the bets and see the results and stuff. So yeah, unfortunate those didn't kind of work because they would have all made money. How much money they would have made, I don't know, but it would have been good to see it actually going. I don't know what the next games are actually. Let me have a look. Or when the next games are. So today there is FA Cup. We don't have FA Cup set up, so that won't come through. Same for that. Okay, so maybe we can get FA Cup stuff set up as well, perhaps, and then that way we can bet on that. I did set up Champions League, as I think there's Champions League next week, but that's probably too long. Yeah, we'll try and get FA Cup set up, so then we can make some bets for today on that game, and then we can also get some on Saturday as well, which will be good. Good to see. Okay, so how is this going on? Yeah, I don't know why we always have to give access to this kind of stuff. Super frustrating. Already exists from previous session. Read the pipeline. Okay, yeah, so we'll fix those ones. Okay, so it's done the change. Set proxy in .env. Betting. Unaffected. Credentials in proxy URL are redacted. Okay, that should be fine. I think we need to do HTTPS though, right? I think that's what we need. I don't get any free ones, so let me just try and test it. I guess it's going to say I need to select a plan and stuff. So yeah, we don't need anything crazy proxy-wise. I mean, probably the cheapest one will do. So I'll get that sorted in a second. Okay, yeah, please go ahead and commit those changes. Okay, find, yeah. Yeah, so with OpenClaw, we have OpenCode set up now on the box. Oh, that's not going to work, sorry. Don't do that. So yeah, OpenCode is set up here, which is good. I've configured it to use Haiku, I think, for the moment, but maybe we'll change the model. And what I need to do is, I think I can basically prompt it via here now. So oh, OpenClaw bot is not online. That's weird. Should be online. Gonna have to investigate that then. Why is that not online? Okay, I'm gonna have to ask Claude about that. I'll start a new one because that chat is really not good. I'm running OpenClaw. How do I get access to the UI? Is there an OpenClaw command to give me the address or boot it up? Okay. Committed, cool. Okay. Oh, it does that every time. Features 5.1. Okay, so that should kick off now, right? Okay, so we've added the proxy changes. Okay, so there are no games for Champions League or Premier League for a few days. Can we add in the FA Cup, please? So we'll see how that goes. Hopefully we can get that going as well. Because yeah, it'd be good to actually make a live bet and get it working. So we ran into another problem again where we just don't know what the, we ran into the problem of the restricted regions for the server. So we've got the proxy set up. I need to add that to the environment variables, which I will do. And then we'll get it all fixed. So it's interesting that some are insufficient funds. Others are okay. They were maybe I deployed that. Yeah, okay, so that's fine. Yeah, I deployed it later on, so that's probably why. So it was insufficient funds. Maybe I'll just go clear all those bets actually, just so we're clear on that, and it can make those predictions. Yeah, I know my license is expired. Oh, for God's sake, why it does that? Right. Something's broken with the using Terso and Table Plus. It just doesn't seem to like it. So I don't know why that is the case, but SQL console, please. From bets. Okay, yeah, well, you don't. That's a terrible UX, that. Okay. You can just tell me that and then let me. Delete from that as well. And then delete from bets. Okay. So that should have cleared that up then. Yeah, so we've got no bets now, which is fine. So for the next one, we should be able to make some actual bets finally, hopefully, which would be great. Slowly getting there, incrementally getting there with the betting platform. So we shall see. But yeah, interestingly, the predictions, maybe I should tweet about this because it's potentially interesting. So like, will Crystal Palace win? Maybe I need to go to markets. Okay, that's something we need to fix actually. Is when we go to competitors and the predictions, they are not linked to the markets. So we'll get that fixed as well. When we go to the competitors view, then the predictions list does not have a link to the specific market. So we should add that in as well. So we'll get that fixed. So if we go to markets, so this one here, which was yesterday, I think. It was this one, wasn't it? I think that most of them bet on. Oh yeah, okay, so you can't see currently. Maybe we should make a predictions thing as well, so we can just see all the predictions in a clean way. But yeah, this one would have won its bet. I don't know what the odds were on it at the time, but they would have all made money, which would have been good. But stopped by bloody geo restrictions. So yeah, they would have all made money on that one. Whether they'd made money on the other ones, who would have known? I think they would have lost on that's feature, isn't it? So it's fine. Yeah. So actually, what we'll do is we'll delete predictions as well because I think I set it to run too far forward as well. So just clean it up a bit. Okay, so yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Please do get involved in the chat. We're building multiple things today, going at a fast pace, trying to get lots of stuff done. So if it's not clear, let me know, and I can run through stuff. I can explain it, talk through what we're doing, the tools I'm using, all that kind of stuff. So what did I ask? Just run OpenClaw dashboard. Yeah, but OpenClaw is actually running. So yeah, trying to get an OpenClaw instance going with a coding agent. The idea being that I can prompt it via Discord and just kind of hopefully just kick it off and get it to like not autonomously, but reasonably autonomously create products and well build code. How far we get with that, we will see. On enabled, but the bot's not online. Sandbox element mocks. Do I need to restart the gateway, do I? That's the wrong address, isn't it, I think? Well, no, that's the... Now that's local, isn't it? It's not routed through anything. Oh, let's have a look, shall we? No, we're running it on a DigitalOcean droplet. So we need to give access to my local to have access to the droplet. We've also got a Discord bot, but it says it's online on the droplet, but it doesn't say it's online on Discord. Why it's suddenly come off there, I don't quite know. Okay, market options, okay, yeah. Okay, can we please go ahead and test this locally? So you can use CMux and browser emulation to test all of this, that it's all working cleanly, please. So we'll see whether that works. It's just useful to give it that as well. I think the servers are running. Yeah, they are running, so it should have access to that. And it's one of the nice things about CMux, this tool. It's a kind of terminal that has been built by some people. It's kind of based around agentic coding, so it can run its own tabs. It can create browser emulation. It can do lots of stuff itself. The servers are already running. You don't need to spin them up yourself. So we should see it pop up with a little browser in a second, which is always interesting to see. And then you can see it kind of clicking through and stuff. There you go. So boot up the browser. I don't know what it's going to be testing, but it can kind of run through stuff itself, which is cool. So yeah, nice. Okay, so content generation still chugging through. Let's try and see what Claude said about OpenClaw. You know what, let me just restart the gateway. See whether that fixes anything. Hello, OpenClaw, are you there? Yeah, you can do that, I guess. So, but I don't think I had to do an SSH tunnel last time. Maybe I did. Maybe that. But the Discord bot shouldn't need to have the SSH tunnel. I don't quite understand that. Let me grab the IP again. I'm going to need the key as well. So what's it saying? Welcome to your OpenClaw. What the hell? That is what I'm on there, isn't it? Right. Still not working. Is the Discord bot alive? It's not live. What has happened? It was all working last night, and now it just seems to have balked itself for some reason. So we're on the port 18789. Yeah, I mean that's correct. So we're failing to connect. Anything else that's not working? Oh, I think it's kicked me off, has it? No. Strange. Okay, so that's done it. So let's simplify that. No. Bot still not working. Open failed. Let's see what Claude says about this then, because it was all working last night. I can't see anything has changed. So yeah, I mean that looks fine from what I can tell. Terminal is not fully functional. Maybe that's the problem. Isn't resolving a node npm path. Node got updated overnight. A global npm bin path change or symlink broke. I probably know what it is actually. Fuck. Okay, it might be that I exported the path to have the open API router key, but I didn't pass in the previous path. That's probably what it is. So what else is path now? You can not yet. So what do I need to do? Yeah, that's exactly what I did. Yeah, classic. Okay, let me just hide the screen. It's going to have credentials on it. Well, we'll do this. I did a silly mistake. It's what happens when you're just vibe coding and you're not thinking. Yeah, it's almost certainly that, isn't it? What does my path look like? That's okay actually. Can you just give me the exact command I need to do to update? Don't use nano or anything. Okay, let me do that quickly. Oh, I need to go generate a new bloody token as well. What do I want? Repositories. Repositories. Settings. No, it's in bloody global GitHub account, isn't it? Right, let me just do this. Come on, where are we going? Developer settings, personal access tokens, fine grained access tokens. Delete that one. Because why do I need to do 2FA every time? Creating tokens and stuff is such a pain. It just takes so long. OpenClaw whale tracker. Only select repositories. God, permissions take so long. I wish there was like a global setting or like an option to grant it all permissions rather than having to select one by one and then go and explicitly give it right access rather than just coming in with the access that you want it to do. I guess it's best that it does give you little access to start off with, and you explicitly have to do it, but it's just a pain in the ass, especially when you're trying to vibe code and just don't care about access and security. Yeah, you can do what you want to this repository. I don't care. So many fucking permissions. Right. Generate the token. Generate token. Copy the token. Okay, clear that. Delete that. Hide that. Right. I think we are back. There we go. Right. Okay, so I've given it access now. Let me restart. Everything, and hopefully we are there. OpenClaw status. Yes, it's annoying because I've given CMux access to send me allowed apps. It should be allowed to send me everything then. Maybe it's that one. What are we on? Focus. Should be able to send me. All verified. Market question. Da, 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 da. Okay. Let's go ahead and commit those changes then, please. Cool. Yes, you can proceed. Okay. So yeah, I need to buy some proxy credit to get the ability to bet on Polymarket. So I just start watching. What are you building? Hello, 500 cars. Welcome to the stream and the channel. So we're building a few things actually, kind of concurrently. So we're building one product called openly.bet. I'll send you the link to that. Which is basically, the idea behind it is that we are getting the LLMs to make predictions on the sporting events, and then we're making bets on Polymarket based on those predictions. So the idea is we're basically pitting the LLMs against each other to see which one can make any money, the most money. We'll see. So currently we haven't actually made any bets. We tried to make one last night, but we ran into the issue where, because the server's hosted in the US, I think, no, in the UK, we're not allowed to make bets in the UK because of like restrictions with Polymarket. So we had to fix that. This one's an old one, I think. Oh no, that's actually real. Don't know why it's trying to make those bets. We need to look at that. So that's one product we're building. Hopefully that's interesting. Definitely shouldn't show that. Let's make a dashboard, it's fine. Not important. Right. LLM betting competition. Yeah, let me just go off screen and fix some stuff there. Probably just showing the credentials. I have to go reset all of them again. I think we're fine. So what did I want to do? I wanted to change config. It's too far ahead. That's probably why. Yeah. Okay, we're back. I can go ahead and make that change as well. Reduce time to per. Yeah, so that's one thing we're making. The other thing we're making is basically a like content generation SaaS product to help me generate content for YouTube and TikTok and stuff. So the idea behind it is that I subscribe to various kind of RSS feeds and news websites and that kind of stuff, Twitter and all those kind of things. Digest that content, pass it kind of into an LLM to kind of determine whether it's going to be interesting stuff for potentially a short content or a long form video. We can then get it to generate some scripts. One thing we're going to do as well is we're going to kind of get the LLM to categorize various things on the content and the scripts. So for example, if it writes a script, we will kind of categorize what kind of hook it is. So like the intro, is it a certain way of saying things and that kind of stuff? What kind of content it is, like is it story based or is it news or something like that? We will then post, well, I'll go make the content. We'll then post it to the various platforms and then we'll analyze the data, so how it performs, and then against the categories and stuff. The idea being that we want to be kind of data driven and improve the content that we're making. I don't know much about making content. I've done a bit of research, but I really want to be kind of focused on the data and improving to hopefully build more of an audience on these streams and get people to buy products that work, basically. I guess that's the other aspect of it as well. And then we're trying to get OpenClaw set up to work as a kind of coding bot, I guess you'd call it. So there's this kind of interesting concept of like zero human companies, where you basically try and get your LLMs to build companies, run the companies, market the products, all that kind of stuff. Often using OpenClaw, sorry, as the kind of the orchestrator to kick stuff off and the prompts and stuff. So I'm just trying to get all that working. Slowly making progress with that. It's, considering how like hyped it is, it's quite difficult to get working actually. Last night I did have Discord bot working. It was like communicating and all that stuff correctly. And then something's changed and it's broken and not working. And I can't work out what it is just yet. So trying to fix it. So we'll see basically. But yeah, if any of those sound interesting to you, do subscribe to the channel, get involved in the chat during Discord. Or if there's anything you'd like to see or got any ideas that you'd like to see of products built, let me know and we can potentially build them on stream. Okay. That's probably what's the problem. So yeah, obviously it wasn't of interest to you, but that's fine. Can't interest everyone. But yeah, basically the goal is to start building products that can make some revenue. Yeah, okay. Obviously I've buggered up the paths and stuff. Okay, can we have that command without the GitHub stuff? I've already set it to GitHub stuff, so I shouldn't need to set it again, right? Yeah, that should be correct. So yeah, I think I just broke the path. Oh. Do it there. I don't know why I get a warning terminal is not fully functional. Yeah, it still seems like there's some problem with it. So yeah, welcome to the stream, guys. Get involved in the chat. Currently trying to get OpenClaw to work again. Okay, please fix those changes. Add the test, etc. So I had it working yesterday. It doesn't seem to be working now. I don't know what I've done. I think I've broken the path on the box. I just got rid of the access token. Okay, let me just do that. I'll just use don't need the real access token for the moment. Do I want to cat that out? Yeah, okay. We're going to get rid of that token in a second. All right. I don't know why I keep getting that. It's so annoying. Let's go back to OpenClaw. Still not working. The bot's still offline. Still dead. Okay, commit those changes, please. And let's move on to the next story. See, like it says it's fine, but it's still getting unable to connect to the gateway. OpenClaw gateway restart. I need to do it from I've just done it, haven't I? No, I'm still getting that. I don't think it's related to the path then. Yeah. Strange. Good morning. You've been avoiding the rockets in Dubai. Still not managed to get OpenClaw working yet. Why do I keep getting... Why do I keep getting terminal is not fully functional? Okay, so it seems to suggest it's running. We'll see. Okay, so openly.bet is ready to be deployed again. I can do that here, assuming it's working. Still need to set up the proxy then, because that's the only thing that's holding us back now. I'll do that off screen so I don't leak the credentials. That's fine. Need to fix that then. Still getting that error. Does anyone else run into this with OpenClaw where it just like can't connect for some reason? Can't see what the reason is. What would the reason be that it's unable to connect? I mean, OpenClaw seems to be running itself. It's just we can't connect to it, and it's not seemingly got access to the Discord. Like the Discord bot seems to be working. Like channels, Discord. Any reason why it wouldn't be able to connect to the local host then? Like, as I say, the Discord bot seems to be running on OpenClaw, but on Discord it's not. So it seems like it's lost access or something. So yeah, I spent ages trying to get OpenClaw to actually work even remotely, and now it's seemingly nothing's changed and it's just totally balked itself. Gateway. And so it's still this fucking node issue. It might be that node is installed via root and not via the OpenClaw user. Verify symlink actually exists. No, it does exist. Yeah. Cannot get OpenClaw to work. Okay, let me just hide this because I think there's going to be other credentials that I can't be asked to edit. This is so frustrating. Welcome to the stream, guys. Sorry, just doing some stuff with credentials, so we'll be back in a minute. I'm still here. Okay. One more, hopefully. No, still not worked. Cannot understand what is going on with this. Yeah, it's an old credential, don't worry about it. I've replaced the token. Oh, it looks like it might have worked. But hey, we're finally bloody back in some form. Hey, we're alive. Okay, classic. So we kind of got something going there. It's really annoying when you ask Claude to do stuff because it always says like, "Oh, use this Claude model, use this model," and I keep saying to it, "We're using OpenCode. Stop recommending Claude models," and it just keeps doing it. So we're getting somewhere. Okay, we are back then. Discord bot is working. I'm using OpenCode with OpenRouter, but I'm getting this error. How do I update the model with OpenCode then? Please actually look at the documentation, don't just guess. Okay, so models, I probably don't want to use fucking hell, $30 per million tokens. That's ridiculous. So yeah, maybe we'll try out Queen or one of these ones that I always hear people recommending. Look at the programming and what the best ones are. Minimax seems to be one of the top ones, so we'll give that a go. Which is good because it's not anywhere near as expensive as those ones. I think it's quite cheap, Minimax, isn't it? Yeah, it's like 29 cents per million tokens. That's fine. Okay then. Right. Okay, I know that's wrong. So open to 2e. Okay, I think we can do that because I've installed it as a an npm package. Okay, so what we want is Minimax, was it? 2.5. No, it didn't work. Recent. So let me get rid of this then. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. Get involved in the chat. Say hello. More than happy to chat and talk through stuff. Okay, so we need to update this basically. Can you update this to... Can you give me the command to update this if I just write it in the terminal? I don't want to do... So it's just Minimax. I don't know why it keeps throwing OpenRouter in there. Okay. So let's try with Minimax. Oh, no, didn't want to save it. I'll copy it. And I want to paste it. Let's just check that that's okay. See if that actually works. I still get this. Why do I get that? It's obviously... It doesn't seem to be updating, or we seem to have it set elsewhere. Hello, Virusty Gamer. What are we looking at? What are we building? So we're doing loads of things at once, basically. So currently we're trying to get OpenClaw to work on, well, using a coding bot, basically. So the idea behind that is that I can talk to it in Discord. I can just say to it, go and build something, give it access to GitHub, to a repository, all that kind of stuff, and just see how far we can get building a product or a tool or something. Not entirely sure what we will build via that mechanism yet. I'm just trying to explore how far we can get with that kind of stuff. Still new to all of this. But I've seen some stuff basically around people who have like OpenClaw set up with various loops. Like you have like a CEO, a marketer, software engineer, designer, all that kind of stuff. And they say they're building full products and full companies via this kind of flow. So we're just trying to explore whether that is real or not. So we'll see. That's what we're building. What we're trying to build at the moment with one thing. Well, trying to get it set up so that I can start building that kind of stuff. In terms of other stuff that we're building, I've got 2 other things on the go. We've got a product called openly.bet where we're kind of pitting the LLMs against each other to see which one can make the most money betting on sporting events. This is all built and working, just need to get some proxy stuff set up, and then that'll be working. And then we're building a content generation tool to help me build some content for YouTube, for TikTok, and all those various platforms. The idea being that I can kind of get the LLMs to help me do that and kind of analyze what I'm doing and see the performance and all that kind of stuff. To try and incrementally improve, to build the audience, to try and build a product that we can potentially sell to other people as well. So yeah, if any of that's interesting to you, do join the channel, subscribe, and join the Discord as well. We can chat in there. So we are slowly making progress with subscribers. 125 now, so yeah, we're getting there somewhere. Still a long way to go to get to 1,000, but we're slowly getting there. Okay, so where are we with? Okay, I don't want bloody haiku. Obsession with using haiku as Claude. Okay. Has that actually updated it or not? It has updated it, right. What model are you running on OpenCode? Still not working. Let's reset it, shall we? I can't spell. Okay, let's see if that's fixed it or not. What model are you running? Sometimes it just doesn't pick up messages. It's weird. Maybe it's because I'm doing a status check and it doesn't have access to it. Bizarre. 5.3 then. Is that not even a story? Yeah, I don't know why that didn't work then. Okay, so that should kick off and start building that for us. So yeah, the stuff we're building currently on the content generation is basically the performance analytics side of things. So the idea behind that is that we categorize all of our content, the scripts and the transcripts, the kind of topic, the type of content it is, so like whether it's like evergreen content or like really topical and time-based content, the kind of hooks we use, the way we talk, the structure of the scripts, all that kind of stuff, to try and be data-driven and then analyze the data and improve it and see where we get, basically. Okay, it's there. Bloody Nora, right. We're still getting that. It's the correct model now in the config. How do we clear the cache or the state or something? Because something's not quite right. I've restarted it as well, the gateway, and it's still not working. Yeah, so far my impressions of OpenClaw are not particularly great. I seem to have a lot of issues with it. Like basic stuff just seems not that great at all, really. Where are we getting then? Yeah. That's not what I wanted. Plan on streaming frequently. I have my interview round scheduled after 2 hours. Yeah, data structure and algorithms. Yeah, I'm planning. Well, I've streamed every day this week so far, I think. But yeah, planning on streaming all the time, really. The goal is to build products on stream and see how far we can get with AI and that kind of thing. So yeah, planning on streaming a lot. And obviously, if I can make money, then I can keep doing it. If I keep spending all the money, then I can't. I'll have to get a job, and I'll have to do DSA interviews and stuff as well. So yeah, good luck with your data structures and algorithm interview. What is it? A big company? Is it a FANG company, or is it a smaller company? I've not interviewed as a software engineer for a couple of years now, so I'm definitely not looking forward to having to do it again if I end up having to get a job, which, given the current revenue stats, is more than likely. But we'll see. We'll see how far we can go. I don't think it is a permissions issue. It doesn't really make sense as to why it'd be a permissions issue. I don't know why we'd not have the file. Stop recommending fucking Claude Haiku. I'm not using Claude Haiku. Okay, is that done anything? Fixed anything? Probably not. I don't know why we get connection failed, connection refused. That also doesn't really make sense to me. Let's see what it says. Okay. Oh, fuck's sake, stop recommending. Can you please stop putting Claude Haiku there? I've told you to use Minimax. That's the same bloody command. Right. Gateway still seems totally buggered. UI is just a separate issue. For UI access, you need to allow your origin in the OpenClaw config, find and edit it. Isn't there an OpenClaw command we can run to add the allowed origins? I'm sure there will be. Early phase startup, $121 million in funding. Awesome. Oh, good luck with that. What do they work in? Is it like AI stuff or is it something interesting? I'm assuming you're in America as well, given it's in dollars. Okay, still got that same fucking area, right? Thought meant to be easy to use OpenClaw, but it's far from easy. What model are you? Actually kidding me? Okay, cool. Yeah. So good luck with that. Founding engineer in a AI company. Oh, India. Okay, fair enough. Are you like building products with AI, or are you like actually AI, like building models and researching, or is it more of a producty kind of thing? So yeah, one thing I actually want to add to openly.bet at some point is our own model to predict the results. So I was doing a bit of research on that around how we can do that. It seems fairly simple actually. It's not too complicated or seemingly too expensive to train a little ML model. Obviously, we're not building a LLM or transformer or anything like that. It'd just be a simple ML model based on some, I think it's like Poison and what is it? It's not Monte Carlo, is it? It's something else. I've got it written down somewhere. Is connected. And you open your browser, gateway token prompted. In your browser, gateway token when prompted. I don't have a gateway token. Token is in. Okay. You have to do this every time then. You want to have a UI with OpenClaw. Seems a bit bonkers. Well, where the hell's my gateway token? Where do I get a gateway token from? Where do I get a gateway token from? Oh, OpenClaw. Oh, okay, yeah. So that's cool. Yeah, so I was a software engineer for about 10 years. Now I'm a vibe coder. So I've not written any code in a while, actually. All vibe coding at the moment, just seeing how far we can push it, really. The code it generates is absolutely terrible. I guess it's that one. But we're just seeing how far we can push it, basically. Okay, pairing required. I swear the pairing required thing was like a command that we need to run, but where's the request ID? I'm pretty sure we have to do something specific for pairing when we get to this point, because that's what we had to do when we initially set up OpenCode, but I can't remember what it was. For a few days on Slack, and it kept repeating stuff like, yeah, kept duplicated the response half the time, tried lots of things, tried anything, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm finding the same thing, really. I mean, ultimately, OpenClaw is just, from what I can gather, basically, like, ultimately, it's just a cron that calls the models and the skills. And it has some nice things, like the way that you can wire up skills and stuff, but ultimately, it's all just prompting the LLM. So all of these tools that exist that seem to get so much hype are just a tiny little layer on top of the model. So I don't quite know how they're all going to make money, if they are at all, really. So but it isn't like how can I pair with the token if it says that I don't have a token, but I need to get the token from the pairing? Seems a bit recursive, right? Like, fucking hell, this is ridiculous. Okay, but we're kind of stuck here. I can't get a gateway token. Is there a command for getting the fucking token from OpenClaw? Because otherwise I'm just stuck in a recursive loop where I don't have the token, but I need to pair with the token that I don't have. Right. Okay. At least Claude is seemingly working well. Right. Maybe I'm not. Okay, so it's literally no fucking token. Okay, let me just go off screen because I think this has got my API key in it. Okay, yeah, so the only token is this one, but right. Okay, that gives me a token. What, can you explain what exactly I do with that token? Yeah, they're all just wrappers around the models. Okay, so this is the token. But yeah, it is. I mean, I find it very interesting from a software engineering point of view because, like, I can prototype super quick and get stuff going, which is awesome. The code, like I said, the code is absolutely terrible. But it's kind of one of those things like the end user doesn't necessarily care about how good your code is and how clean it is. They just care that the product works. They care that it's available, reliable and reasonably performant. So whether lots of people that have ideas can now build stuff, and then once it's working, hire engineers to actually make it better. I don't know. Part of me thinks that it will just mean more jobs for engineers to fix all the stuff and get stuff working and actually go. Like someone needs to prompt the LLM. But then part of me thinks maybe it'll go. Maybe they will make the next jump and write good and tasteful code, and then it will take over. Who knows? Okay. List. And you can approve the pairing request. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so I just approve that one, is it? Devices approve. That's the command. But yeah, there also seems to obviously be a lot of quote unquote downsizing or cutbacks from companies due to AI. Whether personally, I think it's either because they're not doing very well and they're just going to cut and use AI as an excuse to make redundancies. And then part of me thinks it's again the cycle of outsourcing to places like India, companies trying to make extra money through cutting the costs for the labor. Who knows? Okay. What model are you? Mother, God, I just don't understand. Oh dear. Do I need to restart? Like, I can't imagine. Okay, this is either OpenClaw or OpenCode config. Can we output both of those configs to see which one it actually is? Super frustrating. Okay, I just need to hide this because this has got keys in it. Those keys don't matter, but other ones do. Okay, that's probably what it is. Probably the OpenClaw default model is what it's looking at, I think. I think that's why we're getting this. Yeah, because OpenCode, this is OpenClaw config. What's the command to set this to be the model that we want? Okay. Okay, I can come back on stream. All right, we're back. Okay, no, it needs to be OpenClaw. What was it? Was that code review, was it? Or was that simplify? Simplify. Code review then, I guess. Okay. What model are you? I don't know why I have to do that twice sometimes. Bizarre. It's thinking. It's typing. It's thinking a long time. Well, I can't imagine what it's actually typing. Surely this should be a really easy thing to type. What model are you? Should be 2 seconds. Come on. Okay, right. Well, it's done something good. Whew, okay. Bloody hell. Right. GitHub push failed. Token not configured on this host. Right. Yeah. Can you give me the instructions to set up GitHub with the tokens and stuff? See what it says. Maybe we're making progress. We're talking to it, which is good. Okay, so the other things that are going on, we've got Claude smashing through the content generation tool. Not really done much of this on stream. Got no UI or anything yet, other than Django, which is not very interesting. Nor have I used it at all. Just getting Claude to build it. I'll try it out and we'll see how we go with it. Openly.bet is just waiting some proxy config, and then we should be able to make the bets on Polymarket. All of these ones are old ones, so don't worry about those. I'll go delete those actually. Delete from predictions. Delete from that is literally the worst UX in the world. That bet audit log. Delete from that. Delete from predictions. Okay, that's the wrong one. So we should be able to, as I say, start making predictions on that. I just deleted all those, so I don't know how they're there. Has it just ignored it, or has it put more bets in or something? Okay, so no rows. Was it cached or something? Okay, looks like it's finally deleted them. Okay, there we go. So yeah, so this should pick up the fixture for the FA Cup tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow we should start to see bets coming in then, I guess. I'm ahead, aren't I? Yeah, I'm ahead. So no football tonight on stuff. Okay, so that is, yeah, sorry. So that is today. I'm ahead, time zone wise. So it's listed as the 7th, right? Makes sense. So hopefully it'll make a prediction on this. It should do it half an hour before the game. Make prediction, make the bets. I've not wired up Twitter to it or anything yet, so we should just see it in Discord potentially. If you're in the Discord, if not, I will do it on stream next time. I need to get up like Twitter and all that kind of stuff set up so that we can tweet when we make bets, tweet results and all that kind of stuff, and see progress, which would be good. Okay, so I'll get that set up in a second. I need to go off screen and add the token so that it's private. I'll do that in a second. Yes, lots of stuff going on at the moment. I also need to set up the proxy for that, which I need to do before we make the bets, otherwise it will fail again for geolocation stuff. Okay, so let me go set up that token. I'll just have to go off screen for a minute while I set up that token again. So I don't. Can you reset a token? Yes, I can. That'll be much easier. Regenerate token. just setting up the token here. It should take a couple of seconds, guys. So I should be back in a second. But yeah, any questions, ask in the chat. Get involved. Any products you'd like to see built or articles you'd like me to read, happy to do that as well. Let me know. Unrecognized key GitHub token. Okay. Set it as an environment variable then, I guess. Node with Tim. I need to restart, don't I? Okay. So I have updated the token. Let me come back on screen. Let's see then whether it has access to push to GitHub. Okay, please try again. 82% plan. Okay, please go ahead and fix all those changes, warnings, suggestions, etc. Will it work? Will it be able to go to GitHub and push whatever it's written? I'm not confident again. It's taking its time. Are you going to work, OpenClaw bot? I believe in you. It is set. Let me go off screen again and have a look what's going on there. Looks like it is set. Where are you seeing your new rotator token? Is it in OpenClaw config or something? Thing is, I feel like there's so many places that it's config with all this stuff that it's impossible to follow and work out exactly where it all is, and it's just crazy. Okay, so there's no token there. Okay, so if I get the token from OpenClaw config, does it show me the one that it thinks it's got or not? Is that even a command? So it's just giving me commands that don't exist. Classic. Just making shit up as always. Are you actually looking at the documentation or not? Or are you just making up this ridiculous command to set the GitHub token? Oh, it's so frustrating. This is what I keep running into, is like, just hallucinates config, it hallucinates commands. And just cannot get it to be consistent. Oh, I'll have to rotate that now again. Constantly having to do that. Okay, Clawbot. Are you going to say something or not? I mean, has it actually pushed to the repo? Maybe it has, I just didn't know. Let's take me to my repositories, please. No, okay, so it's not pushed anything. Still thinking. Thanks for the subscribe. Welcome to the channel. Do join the Discord, get involved in the chat. Just want to get OpenClaw working here to be able to push to a repository so we can try and get some vibe coding going on OpenClaw in some loops and stuff. It's proving to be a bit of a pain in the ass. It doesn't seem to have access to my GitHub token, even though it should have access to it. And this command isn't actually a command that OpenClaw recognizes. So we're just playing around with it. This has been typing for bloody ages. Vision config, non-interactive config helpers. Ah, because it's this. Maybe it's the skill, and that's why. OpenClaw GitHub skill. Maybe that's what it needs. What is it? Claw Hub or something? So interact with GitHub. Yeah. Doesn't tell you what you need to set up, of course. Maybe we can just add it directly. No, GitHub not found. OpenClaw skills list. Yeah, I don't think that is the command there, so I'm not confident that that's going to work. I do have the GitHub's thing. Oh no, I don't. Okay. Ah, that did work with the token. Okay. Oh, go away. OpenClaw. Does it install? Okay. So I can add the token that way. Potentially. Clawbot. No, it's not Clawbot. It's OpenClaw. Oh no, because it's MPX, isn't it? npm I just G. Okay, let me Claude. How do I install the GitHub OpenClaw skill? Transcription doesn't like OpenClaw. Keeps getting it wrong. There's no way that will work. Can you install the GitHub skill, please? It's just, like, there's always stuff like this where it says that, but I've never been able to get it to do anything like that. We'll see what it says, and then we'll try that command. So where are we in terms of subscribers then? Is it 126? So we're, slowly making progress. In terms of the content, the short content got a reasonable amount of views. I was quite surprised, actually. 1.2 thousand views. 1 subscriber from it. Seems to have, like, obviously hit some critical, like, stat there where where YouTube decided no, it's not going to promote it anymore. I don't know what that is. Interesting to find out. Again, this is kind of why I want to be more data driven, like try and work out what the reason behind why it didn't keep going. Maybe it's this, not engaged viewers. I guess we'll find out when I make more content and stuff. But yeah, this was just an auto-generated one from a tool called Restreamly that I was using. I'm not using it anymore because it just kept failing on streams. I mean, like, is it just lying to me or what? Like, oh, fucking hell, right. It's not actually installed. What have you done to say that? Are you just hallucinating? The fact that I can click install there, though, is new. Never been able to do that. So, is it installing? There's no. I mean, that's, yeah, okay. It's not working, is it? Brew install GitHub. Does that work? Okay, so we don't even have Brew installed. I mean, npm. Okay, it's installed via GitHub, via npm. npx orthogon. Okay, well, so it is installed. Or installing. Okay, so that says it's installed now. No, it's not uninstalled. Oh, fucking hell. I'm just so unimpressed with it so far. It's kind of like I feel like the hype and all the stuff that we see about all this stuff, and then you try it out and you kind of go, what? It just never works. It doesn't do anything. Okay, so let's see if we can do this and get it to accept a token or not. It'll be npx. Okay, I mean that just seems like the packages are not working. Please review both of the features and let's see whether they're fixed or not. Okay. Okay, so if I click that, you would assume that it is installing, right? It says it's installed. Okay, it's still not installed. You do GitHub, not command that's found. Brew, let me exit. I don't know whether Brew's included in this. No, it's not included. So what, is this just like, yeah, I just don't understand. Then I guess if I refresh it, it's not actually going to be there, is it? No, okay, so that button's absolutely lying to me. What does Claude say? Try that. Oh, I need to be. See what that does. Does anyone else run into this kind of stuff where it just it doesn't make any sense to me? Okay, OpenClaw. Okay. Apparently I've installed it. Given it access, apparently, we will see what happens. I have zero faith that this is actually going to work. Yeah, still not there. Into GitHub, it's still not there. npm ls. That maybe? What did I type? Yeah. Oh, fucking hell, OpenClaw. Restarted the gateway, doesn't work. Even when I install it npm globally, still doesn't have access to it. Like, what's even worse is like the thing here, it just doesn't say how you install it. Right. And then like OpenClaw install skill. Right. This is all clearly written by AI, which is why it doesn't tell you what to do. All right. I don't have access to... See whether that fixes stuff. Yeah, I mean, so that's saying that it needs to be... Hey, Aldrash. We're trying to get OpenClaw set up to be an autonomous coding agent. Currently trying to get GitHub set up on OpenClaw. And it's been... Oh, actually here, we're working, okay. Yeah, the value of the GitHub token environment is being used for authentication. Okay. Okay, you should have access to GitHub now. Can you please push the stuff that you were talking about? See where it works. So yeah, we're just experimenting with OpenClaw and basically the concept of like zero human companies. Just trying to see if we can get OpenClaw and various agents to create a product, market it, all that kind of stuff. See how far we can push with this stuff. So far, absolutely nowhere is my experience with OpenClaw. It's not easy to use, is what I would say. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Try again. But yeah, but I'm very skeptical about the whole like zero human company thing. But we're exploring it, seeing how far we can get. I mean, a lot of the time it just doesn't even respond when you type to it. You have to like question it again to get it to do anything. Oh, for fuck's sake. I mean... Okay, so what? So unset. We don't have an SSH key, so it'll have to be that, I guess. Okay, give the credentials. No. Paste authentication token. Okay, let me go get a token. I'll be 2 seconds. Go off screen. Okay. Okay, we're back. Okay, so we say we are logged in at this point, right? Logged in. Credentials saved. Okay, try again. We are 100% logged in on the OpenClaw instance. So yeah, then while we're trying to get OpenClaw set up, I'm building a couple of other products through Claude Code. So if you're new to the channel, subscribe, and you can follow along with these. So we've got openly.bet, which is this product here. Basically, the idea behind this is we are pitting the LLMs against each other to see which one can make the most money betting on sports. We haven't been able to make a bet just yet. Prediction stuff works correctly. It tried to make a bet last night on Polymarket, but I have restrictions around the jurisdiction on the server because it's hosted in the UK, so I need to add some proxies to avoid that so we can actually make the bets, which you should be able to do today. I'll add the proxies today, and then it should work. Okay. Is OpenClaw bot going to work? We'll find out. I don't know why it goes in both of those things, but tweet and then okay, that's fine. But yeah, join the Discord if you want to chat and join the community. Hopefully, going to build a community of people that are interested in building products and stuff and following along. OpenClaw is thinking. Both reviews are okay. Can you please make any changes that have not been done in the code reviews? Taking a long time. So we can actually see whether that gets any commits or not. Maybe let's just save repos as a... Oh, okay, so it's done something. Updated 1 minute ago. How has it done that, though? Because I didn't give it access to do that. Have I given it access to do everything with my token? I don't think I did. I'm pretty sure that token only has access to that other repository. So I'm a bit confused as to how it's got access to do that. Yeah, it's only got access to that. Bloody hell, it's got a bloody aura, right. Okay, so it has got, okay. I need to remove access for it to create repos, but the prop betting thing was just like a testy thing to see whether we could get it to actually do anything. So let me delete this repo. I understand. I want to delete this repo. Okay, so the prop betting was just a test thing. We're not actually building that product. We're building the Polymarket whale tracker application. This is the repository that you have access to. Please go ahead and create the markdown files and stuff. Ask me about what the product is, all that kind of stuff that we need to do. So we'll see what it comes up with there. Okay, but it's wired up now, which is good. We've made progress at that point, which is wonderful. Okay, which feature is next up in the plans to implement then? So we'll see what it comes up with. Making progress though, which is great. Well, I say we're making progress. We're not actually getting very far. It feels like we're making progress. Whether we actually are or not is an entirely different question. No, I'm pretty sure we're still in phase 5. Look at the commit history and you should be able to work out what we need to do. Pretty sure phase 5 is not done. And what the hell? Why is there so much uncommitted code? Also, why is there so much uncommitted code? Please review it, commit it, etc. Oh, even Claude is getting confused now. It's not good. Yeah, so hopefully the stream thing came up there. Maybe not. Probably need to actually run the old cronny job. Probably just need to pay to Vercel so we can just run these crons all the time. It would be nice if it was actually semi-live. Stream ended. Okay, there's a bug there then I guess that we don't have the stream started. We'll get that fixed. Clear. Okay, there's a bug with the stream fetching of starting and ending. So we only fetch once the stream has ended, but it would be good to fetch when we started a stream as well, so that we can have like a live update on the page. I know we currently only run the cron once a day, but can we add the functionality for that? And then I'll update the cron later on. See what it comes up with there. Right. Okay. Let me push those. Okay, yes, please go ahead and let me do this. 5.4. Okay. Okay, that's seemingly interesting. Okay. I mean, did it actually commit anything? That's the wrong one. Come on. Take me to the fucking repositories. Okay, so it's not actually committed anything. Good, I've created the main logic. I need to ask product detail so I can fill in memory.md properly. Okay, so with this one, we actually have a plan document. I built with Claude. Let's see if I can find it. Probably easy to just search, even though the search sucks. Started trading on Polymarket. should be plan document here. Yeah, okay, so whether this plan document is actually good or not is an entirely different question, but we have one. So actually, let me go ahead and clone that repo. SSH, yeah. Yeah, I know I have, mate. Plan.md. Yeah, get add initial plan. Okay, I've pushed a plan document to the repository. You can look at that to get an understanding of everything. Please do ask me questions if you're not sure about anything. The way that I want you to work is you need to create a plan per feature, so a document per feature. Then you need to write all the code, do all the testing, etc. And then once you've done that particular feature, commit it and let me know. See what it comes up with. Okay, let's do some tweeting, shall we? Nope, not at starter story. Yeah, go away. I'll just post. Finally got ClaudeBot set up with GitHub and OpenRouter, along with OpenCode. Going to see how it can get on building an application. I'll give it a link to this one. We're going to see if we can track insider trading on Polymarket. Oh, that did not work. I don't know what happened there. New line. We're going to see if we can track insider trading on Polymarket. On Polymarkets. Okay. Yep, you can go ahead and do all those things, yeah. You need to make those decisions. You only need to ask me large questions, basically, or just look at the plan. So we'll see how it's going. So building multiple products on the go with Claude and now OpenCode and Kimi K2. Claude is definitely the best one we've seen so far. Standard and ability to one-shot stuff. Claude. Definitely the best one we've seen. It's definitely better at Django than TypeScript so far, though. Actually, no. Leave that as is. Need to get tweeting and stuff more, getting engaged and all that kind of stuff, building the audience and stuff. So do follow on Twitter if you're not followed already. Okay, so what have we got going? This is the open dashboard, so plan to fix the stream stuff. The only failures are in Twitter provider tests, blah, blah, blah. Here's some robot change, provider streams. Yeah, actual. Change incremental fetch to use actual start time instead of actual end time. Okay, please go ahead, commit and push. We're just trusting it, so we'll see. The plan is ready for review. Okay. Yep, let's go ahead and implement it. If you're happy with it, I'm happy with it. The whole point is to just see what we can do, see how far we can get. Taking a long time, Clawbot. So yeah, some of the inspiration behind this kind of stuff. If I can go to following, if it loads, I mean, we'll see. So this Tom Osman guy, he kind of runs this Zero Human Companies thing, which is very interesting. I've joined his Discord. Cost me $99. So far, it's okay, I'll say. But they have like various. Him and other people have kind of like this one here is like building iOS apps itself. Apparently, it's interesting. So we'll see whether we can kind of replicate this stuff. Whether this is true or not, who knows? Like with all this stuff, it's not clear to me how they're making money, because like this is what, well, that's free, for example. I guess it may have like paid stuff, free, like no reviews or anything. Don't know if you can see download stats or anything like that. And that's got 8 ratings, focused fasting. Interesting. So whether we can replicate something similar to this. It's interesting that it's built the same thing twice, basically, that it's got various ideas. So we will see. Like one idea I did have was like there's this Trust MMR website that's one of the like open coder peoples has built, that has like various startups and stuff on it. So one idea I did have was like, could we get our agent cluster, our agent swarm of Zero Human Companies to like look at this, like pick ones that it thinks it can replicate or do better or market better, and then maybe we can like clone the product maybe, or create something slightly different in a different niche or something, and see how far we can get, basically. Interesting. So yeah, if that's interesting to you, let me know, follow along, and we'll see how far we can get. So yeah, and the way this kind of works is like in here we have, I think it's in workspaces, right? Workspaces. Is it not in workspace? It's empty, right? Okay. Where is it? Is it in that workspace? Yeah. So here we have like agents and stuff. These various agents and stuff, and they are basically just prompts. So the idea is like you have like a CEO, a developer, the operator who kind of links everyone together, the product builder, all these kind of things. So iterating on all this, trying to see how it works. I guess we'll start off with the product builder one, which I think is what it's currently in. We can even ask, who are you? And we'll see what it says. Okay, which agent are you? Yeah, it's very interesting. Kind of feels like we're on maybe like a precipice or like a tipping point with this kind of stuff as to whether it might kind of start to have some real impact. But we'll see. I don't know. Still a bit skeptical, but at the same time, it is pretty amazing. Even if the results you get are not perfect, I don't think you can really deny that it is fascinating what these tools can do. So we'll see. So hopefully, I need to run the cron job, don't I? I just need to pay and just be allowed to run cron jobs more often. Basically, this is just a cron job that runs fetching stats and stuff from like YouTube and GitHub and stuff. There we go. So we now went live building. Should be day 12 actually. Maybe I need to change that. I think it is day 12, isn't it? Or is it day? Yeah, day 12. There we go. Yeah, it is fascinating. Like, how far can we push building with AI only? Like I say, these kind of the concept of the zero human company. Don't know whether it will appear on here. What is it? Zero human company. No, I can't find it. Like, it's fascinating. Like, can you have an agent as a CEO, an agent as the designer, an agent as a marketer, an agent as a developer, and all these kind of things, and just have them working in kind of cron jobs and loops from OpenClaw, and like how far can you get with that? One of the things we're trying it out. So interestingly, OpenClaw bot is typing away there, and if we look at the repository, it's made changes, right? It's got some commits. So operator here, which is fascinating. Feature add provider and trader profile interfaces. So it's building some stuff. Like, again, whether any of this works, but it's doing it, not entirely autonomously, but reasonably autonomously. And that's what's behind the name, like 1HNAI. So one human and then a number of AIs, basically. It's kind of the idea behind that. Can you also add to the README that this is an experiment in pushing the boundaries of creating products autonomously with AI agents, and it's part of the one human NAI experiment? And also note that none of the code is written by me, it's all written by AI. Let's see if we can do that as well. Okay, so yeah, Claude is busy making some features for the content generation platform, which is hopefully going to help me create some short and long form content, as I don't think I'm going to be able to grow a particularly big audience just via streaming. I think I need to have kind of like funnels and forms of long form and short form content on various platforms to come through to the streams and to the channel in general. I mean, we're slowly growing. Like, I only started really streaming the other day, like last week. When was it? So the first one was on the 18th. So we're what? Well, 2 to 3 weeks in. I'm pretty happy so far, like with the progress. As I kind of thought, I would get no views on my streams. So to have any views is pretty amazing, really. But yeah, I definitely need to get more content going. So this one here was just a clip of one of the streams I did. Didn't perform particularly well. So, and then again, the short was just a clip of one of the streams as well. But as I say, we're experimenting, we're playing around, we're moving fast, failing fast, trying to see what works, trying to improve. Can we actually make any money? Can we get anywhere? We will find out together. Yeah, and there's this website, again, it's all vibe coded here. That's kind of a open dashboard tracker. You can see live activity. You can see the projects we're building. You can see all the streams and the products and tool like repositories that they all link to and stuff. And I will start writing some blog posts and getting more data and stuff in there. So yeah, follow along, join in. So openly.bet, all I need to do there at the moment is just add in some proxy stuff. How is Clawbot getting on? Got it. I'll make the calls and start building it. Let me initialize, create first feature. Test passed. Let me commit this feature. Done. Story 1.1 completed and pushed. Okay, so let's have a look then, shall we? Okay, I mean it's got something. Whether it's any good or not, I don't know. It's got a test. I don't know whether the plan actually has to build a CI pipeline. If it doesn't, then I need to get it to do that as well. Yeah, so it must do that. So I'll get it to do that. Okay, yeah, the first thing we need to do though before this is to add in the GitHub CI pipeline to run tests on CI so that you can confirm that it's all working and I can visually see that as well, please. Yeah, I mean, so this is kind of crazy, really. Time to tweet about it. So my Clawbot agent is currently building code and committing. It's kind of amazing to see this, really. A single prompt and we're already getting code spat out. Whether it's good or not is entirely unknown, so we'll find out. You're kind of building code and committing. Kind of amazing to see this, really. Single prompt and we're already getting code spat out. Unknown. Let me attach an image, shall we? I think it was that one, was it? Super interesting. Should probably put a website for the 1million NAI stuff as well, because I think that's kind of an interesting project, and maybe we can build a specific community like that, like this one here, the ZHC Institute. I paid $99 to join this, so kind of crazy, really. But I thought I'd give it a punt, see what it's like, see if we can get some tips and stuff. I don't know if I'm allowed to self-promo in that one, to say that I can live stream it or ask. They've got a little bot here, so am I allowed to do any self-promo in this group? Let's see what it says. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of all feels a bit dystopian at times. Welcome to the channel, Elephant Theory. What do you mean by DMTH? I don't quite understand what that means, but make it useful. Can you let me know? Yeah. But yeah, welcome to the channel. Don't forget to subscribe, join the Discord and stuff, get involved. So we currently have our OpenClaw bot. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't want to just like spam my live streams and stuff in there. It might be a bit OTT, but we'll see. So yeah, so currently our Clawbot is working away, I guess, would be the thing. How, I wonder, can we get these commits listed on the site to show the activity of that kind of stuff? Maybe we can spitball that a bit. Okay, I've got an autonomous OpenClaw agent that is now writing code and committing to repositories. I wonder, how can we add this to a separate stream of like commits and activity on the website? It would need to cover all the repositories because there'd probably be more repositories, but that's just an example of the repository. So it's the operator that's obviously making those autonomous commits, which I don't think it should be. I think it should be like the product builder, but yeah, or maybe we probably need to change it to something more interesting as well, because operator doesn't really make sense. Yeah, you can access that, it's fine. So that will simplify, right? Yeah. Code. Come on. Okay. So yeah, it's actually fascinating. It's one of those times where, I mean, like 4 or 5 years ago, this seemed absolutely insane and impossible, really, that we'd have agents writing code for us, potentially building products. So yeah, so this product, the idea behind it is basically, I saw the other day that when the US attacked Iran, on Polymarket, there were a few new stories around Polymarket saying that there's some like brand new accounts that popped up and made large bets on that market. Obviously, we're having insider information. So the idea of this tool is, can we kind of monitor the activity of wallets on Polymarket and what bets they're making? And so if we see like a brand new wallet that appears and makes a huge bet on a particular market, can we kind of see that that's insider trading and kind of have that kind of information? So that's the idea behind it. Whether we can do it or not, well, whether our agents can do it or not, we will see. Yeah, it should be an entirely new page. And it needs to be called, I guess, the project overall is called 1HNAI for 1 human NAI. Yeah, so I have some kind of interesting ideas for that project. I've got some ideas around like making a cool little website for it as well. Like, okay, so found it. It's local variable. Okay, so I mean, it's done something, whether it's actually working or not. So this is the other thing I should be able to do is like at CEO, give me a status update, please. And I should be able to see like Clawbot should come back and as the CEO agent and tell me what's going on. It doesn't look like it's working. That's the theory. Like, has it made any more commits? No. Okay, so no more commits. It seems to have fallen over. For tracking which repos the operator works on, should we add them as regular GitHub projects in the existing project system? Separate config thing. Separate config, and it won't just be the operator. That's just kind of the first one that's kicked off. So anyone that's basically not me, or I guess Claude, needs to be one of the agents, basically. Okay, please make those fixes. So yeah, super interesting. How's it balked? Looks like it's balked. Yeah, it looks like it's just totally fallen over there. Maybe it's run out of credit. I mean, I hope not. Put like $15 on it. I think it would tell. Well, potentially it would tell you if it's run out of credit, right? I don't want the docs. I want credits, I guess, to see. No, I've still got credit. I think that API key still got credit as well. Yeah, so it's got totally got credit and stuff. Are you alive? Yeah, that's fun. So that was what feature 5.4. That features 5.4. Is that the last one? Okay. Okay, can we move on to the global implementation of the first phase of phase 6, please? Okay, it's live. I am the operator agent, the routing agent for H1. So I didn't forget about your README. Done. Stories one updated. Kalash. Stub provider. Pipeline. Okay, so apparently it's pushed the CI pipeline. Oh, it has, look. Okay, I mean, it failed, which is hilarious, but well, tests pass. Okay, well, it'll be interesting to see whether, like, does it auto fix those stuff or not. Yes, but you must first fix the issues on the linting. If you check the CI, you will see it's failed. It's also worth having some rules for yourself to always run the tests and linting, etc., before you ever push. Okay, making progress. So run tests. This is actually fascinating. Have you tried GPT 5.4 for Codex? No, I have not. I have never used Codex, actually. I've always used Claude Code. Seem to have got the best results, well, good results from Claude Code. We did try tried OpenCode the other day with the various different agents. So we've used Minimax, we've used Queen, we've used Kimi K2. we got the best results from, I think it was Minimax when we were doing that. But no, I haven't used any of the Codex or GPT things yet. Maybe we can experiment and we can build some projects with it at some point. The autonomous agents are using OpenRouter, so we can switch models at any point, really. I think, isn't GPT 5.4 like ridiculously expensive? Yeah, so at 30 million input tokens and 180 output per million output tokens, there's no way, and even at 250 and 15, there's no way we're going to be paying that kind of money to do those things. Because I think Opus is Opus less than that? Yes, I mean, like Opus is way less than that, and even Opus was ridiculously expensive to do, like the initial creation of a Django project. So it's just not viable, unfortunately, with those and my bank balance. So like, I think you can look at usage, right? Logs, no activity. I think. So like you see here, like Claude Opus is still the like most expensive one that we've used, and we did it for literally like just literally creating the Django project. It cost us like $6. I don't know what this one is. Maybe this is like when we first got up OpenClaw set up. But yeah, so we're currently using Kimi K25. Again, we tried Queen, but it just got stuck in some infinite loop. So we'll see. But yeah, playing around with all the models, trying stuff out. Have you tried GPT 5.4? I'd be interested to know. Like, is it great? Like, to be honest, most of the, like when I did use OpenAI's like ChatGPT and stuff, I was never that impressed at all, really. And then I moved over to Claude in the UI, and it was much better. So we'll see. But yeah, let me know whether you've used it. And if you want to try out Claude, I do actually have a referral thing. You can get a week's free use of Claude if anyone wants it. Go ahead and use it. It's entirely free, so go ahead. How are we getting on here then? Okay, I mean, I don't know whether it's doing anything. That's the only problem. It's not typing at me. Okay, obviously it is doing stuff because it's made a commit. So we shall see how it goes. Yes, absolutely fascinating. Autonomous coding agents. Fix the formatting issue. You should now see I pass. Okay. Is it going to pass? Is it going to pass? No. Okay, both of them failed. Okay, so... Well, I guess we'll see whether it works that out and does anything. We'll see. Like, does it respond that, or does it look at it? And I don't know. Is there a way I can look at the logs of... Is there a way that we can look at the logs of what's actually going on with OpenClaw and like the coding agents and all that kind of stuff? Should be able to like tail the logs out, would be nice. So yeah, like, the thing I don't know is like, is it working in its own loop already, or do I need to set up loops for this kind of stuff? Like, um, okay, I mean, it still fails on CI. Do I need to set up cron jobs and loops for you, or are you autonomously looking at all this stuff and just working through it yourself? Okay, so it is doing Go code and stuff. Okay, interesting. It's now talking to me. Crazy. What a world we live in. That's anything. Right, I'm just going to go pop out for 2 seconds. I will BRB. All right then, we're back. So how has our claw bot gone? Fixed. Okay, right. Writing for your feedback. I could set up parent checks, but honestly, better approaches. Let's see. Okay, well, I mean, it's still failing, and this is where it just starts to be like, you know, it's amazing, but it's also like terrible because like it's third or fourth time it's not fixed this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, you should be running all the local checks, as I said, before you ever push. But yeah, when you do a push, you do need to have a job to check the CI that it all works, etc. So to be clear, fix the lint issues, confirm they are fixed, and then let me know, and then let's move on to the next feature. And you can basically keep that flow up until you've done the entire plan. See what happens, shall we? So we've got all our agents doing loads of stuff at once. Kind of crazy, really. Okay, can we open up the browser in CMux and have a look at what's going on, please, and check that it's all working. If you need to use fake data, use fake data. CMux help. Okay. Okay. Okay, so it's doing stuff. So yeah, one thing that would be cool to wire up would be like Twitter for it. So I will create like I guess like a marketing agent as well, so it can tweet about what's going on, tweet about all these kind of things. And just kind of see what's going on. I think other people do that kind of thing, that they have various agents, and they like one of them is this Kelly Claude, that's the agent that represents this zero human company building products. So we should get that going as well. But I'll need to create more agents for that. I'll also need to like create an X API key and fund it with some credit and stuff. Interestingly, all of these ones seem to use crypto. I'm still not entirely sure how they are using crypto. They're like, with all this stuff, that is something that I'm not quite kind of aware of and haven't quite linked the dots yet. How are projects like this, where it's like an entirely autonomous company that builds all this stuff through AI, using crypto? Can you kind of give me an explanation of that? So if anyone understands that, or let me know, because that's one of the things that I haven't quite connected in my thinking yet. Okay, so it's like agentic meme coins. Okay. It's a bit like if you're building an LLM and someone launched an ILM token on top of it. Project. Okay. Interesting. See, I think you can use Claude on OpenClaw, right? Other than through the API key. But maybe I need to get that set up because that'll be easier and better to do, really. Maybe we have to launch a meme token agent coin or whatever it is to follow along. Right. So again, like, I don't understand what books this thing is selling either. Doesn't make sense to me. There's nothing. None of his projects list books, and yet apparently it's selling books all the time. Right. If anyone knows, let me know because I'd be interested to see what they are. Right. But yeah, this is the concept. We're kind of trying to see what we can do with it, how we can push the boundaries of this kind of thing. Because like, you'd think if it was selling books, it would be on the bloody website, but obviously not. Maybe we'll tweet it, shall we? What books are you selling? It's not clear on your website. Let's see what it says. How are we getting on then? Clawbot is doing some stuff, chugging away, pushing to GitHub. I'll probably create its own GitHub. Actually, might be a better way to do it rather than having it on mine. Still failing. Okay, it's different things that are failing now, but it's obviously still not running the lint stuff first, which is frustrating. Okay, you need to update your own plans and markdown and like memory, etc., to make sure that you run linting before you do pushing. Yeah, I think I'll create its own GitHub and give it access to basically do whatever it wants on there rather than using mine. It is interesting to have it here, but it will be more interesting to have its own GitHub and just let it run wild, create projects, repositories, build products, see how far we can go. So has it tweeted at me? No. Yeah, we've got a couple of views on the old twits. Again, if you're not following on Twitter, go ahead and give me a follow. Yeah, okay, go ahead, please push. So yeah, part of all of this is we're not looking at the code. We're just assuming that it's all correct, assuming that the AI has done what we've asked it to do. And so far, some of the results are pretty good. This website is all vibe coded as well, kind of tracking the projects and where we are and stuff. Still $0 in revenue. Still need to get a product that we can sell, or a SaaS product or something going, or some revenue through the socials. Got openly.bet. Again, should be able to make some bets tonight. Just need to add the proxy, and this should be available to go. And yeah, other things we're building. So we're building the content generation pipeline, which is basically a tool to help me generate YouTube videos, TikTok videos, all that kind of stuff, so that I can try and start to build the audience via content rather than just live streaming. I don't think live streaming is going to be that much of a driver to the channel and stuff. And yeah, and then we're building, well, our AIs are building the insider trading tracking bot. So we'll see. Oh, fix the linting. Yeah, it's fascinating to see how we can push forward with this AI. Okay, so has that deployed? I need to sign up the Versal's package as well, so that not the free version all the time. Just costs money, all that stuff. That's the only thing. Okay, so do we need to run? Maybe I need to run migrations and stuff for that. Let's have a look, shall we? Oh, it's still building as well. Is there no migrations CI action? We need to add one. Oh, it's okay. It's got a self one. Okay. CI will run the migration. Does it itself? Okay. Does it? Oh, okay. So it's part of that. Fine. We'll leave it to it. Okay. So Versal should deploy that then. Okay, yes, we probably need to run the cron job to get the data. That'll be the only thing. Potentially. I'm just assuming it's working, of course. So we can view the logs and see whether it's broken or anything. Metrics provider, yeah, it's Twitch, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok. GitHub API returned 404. Okay, so it looks like that's not working. Edit data. So what did it actually do? Oh, has it deleted everything, is it? Good. No, okay. Agent repos. Okay, did you update the cron to fetch the agent repos and that kind of stuff? That should again be automatic. Okay, simplify was complete, so we can jump onto the code review there. CI is now passing, moving on to Epic Pipeline 2.1. Now, Pipeline Runner, CI passed, continuing. Crazy, really. Like, yeah, again, we don't know whether any of this works or any of this actually does anything. It could all just be absolutely junk code, but it's doing something. So we'll see. I will need to seed the operator agent and the repositories. So ID name, identifier, agent repos. I don't think it should have that. Okay, yeah, let's create a script for that. To be clear, basically, the way it will work is we'll have multiple agents and they can all work across multiple repositories. Can we confirm that that's the structure? Because we seem to have the agent repo as a key on the agent itself, whereas you can think of it as like a product studio creating multiple products. We'll see what that comes up with. Okay. So OpenClaw still chugging through, doing various things. Any chats? No chats on the stream. Cool. Any responses on the twits? No. Oh, getting some model degradation. Yeah, model degradation. I think I have seen it at times actually. Like sometimes it does. Oh, looks like we've hit something there. Okay. So yeah, I don't know who's watching, but do get involved in the chat. Let me know if you guys are building with AI and stuff at all. Always keen to hear and understand what people are doing. I don't know what this account is, this Tim Knight one, but anyway. It's fascinating to see. Still only got one follower, so please do go follow on the old Twitter. Try and build an audience on there as well. Following along on the journey. Some real ups. I need to get an API key for that as well, so that we can have those on the dashboard and all that kind of stuff, because that would be good to do. And maybe we can get monetized on there as well. Get some revenue in. I still need to do the costs and the revenue stuff. Need to work out the best way to do that. I'm guessing I can just create an email account and then just forward it and have probably a cron job or something to just fetch the stuff, pass it to AI, strip them out, add them to the database would be the idea there, I think. How long does this have to rerun? Many to many table. Okay. Agents one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. Commit and push, please. Okay. So yeah, we'll get Claude to come up with a plan for that actually. Check my usage. Because I think I actually used loads really. Yeah, it's 22% already. This is on the max plan, by the way, or like 20x plan. It's crazy. Okay. Okay, can we come up with a plan? So write a plan document, do not implement any code. What I want to do is basically track the expenses and costs. So I'm thinking what we can do is have a new email account that we set up that I can forward invoices to. We can then have a process where either via script or via call to LLM, we can process those invoices, extract the data, write it to the database. We can probably also wire up APIs as well, like OpenRouter. Can we come up with a plan with that? If that's not a good idea, suggest some alternatives. Keen to hear ideas on that one. Cool. Okay, go ahead and fix all those issues, please. So yeah, I mean, interestingly, we should be able to get, well, I guess, well, like we could use Clawbot to do this, like flow, I guess, of like come up with, well, based on what feature I want, come up with a plan, review the plan, make changes to the plan. Once you're happy with the plan, commit the plan, implement the plan, simplify the code, review the code, make the code changes that the review says, and then commit, and then do all of that in a loop. Seems to be the way that we could do it. So we'll see. Experimenting, we've just kicked off the Clawbot stuff, so it's interesting to see how it all goes. So yeah, lots of code so far. Who knows if it works at all? We'll find out. I guess I also need to work out how to give it access to, like, not necessarily provision servers and stuff, but to deploy and all that kind of stuff. We'll need to work out a way to do that. Okay, please go ahead and commit and put the feature and the story number, etc. in the commit. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah, okay. Interesting, yeah. Okay, let's move on to the next feature then, please. Cool, it's loaded the skill as well, which I'm happy with. That's great. Yeah, again, one of the other things is like, because none of this is deterministic as well, like it is very frustrating when it does stuff like either without being asked to or whether it just ignores instructions. It's very frustrating. So phase one, let's make this bigger maybe. Enrich the existing cost table with dates, vendors, categories, and building expenses page. Yeah, for phase one, we also need to link to the projects and stuff as well. We do need to think about how we do this because some expenses are going to be shared and some will be specific. So for example, the server costs for deploying one app will be specific to that app, but a Claude Code subscription is for all of them, basically. Should be fairly easy to model that, to be honest. Pull data from OpenRouter, Vercel, Terso, etc. via cron. Yeah, that could be helpful. Each service gets a small provider module, yes. Email address and forward emails to, yeah, a webhook receives them, Claude Vision extracts them. Writes into the DB. For phase three, is there a potentially other way we can do that? So my worry with that one is costs to ingest all of that data. Can we have a think about it though? For email, I'd recommend Postmark inbound over Gmail polling. It's simpler, just where I put 300-400 emails a month. Doesn't need Cloudflare Worker email is another good option if you're already on Cloudflare. Current cost table. Okay, so Postmark inbound might be an interesting one. So yeah, I currently have a problem with creating a new Gmail account. I think because I'm in Japan, it's like restricting it, and when I try and create one, it requires me to like send a text message to Google, but I can't seem to get that to work, which is annoying. Integrate your user's email replies directly into your application. Make it easy to receive inbound emails from your customers. I mean, I don't want to pay, basically. Can you expand on this a bit? My assumption was that we would just have a cron job that polls the account for unread emails. What does Postmark give us over that, and is it worth the cost? Can you give me a status update, please? Don't think it's made any commits recently. Yeah, 18 minutes ago. No chats in the comment in the channel. Okay, can we map out the flow for something like I am Kelly, please, to understand exactly how it's using those tools? Don't suppose it's tweeted at me to tell me what books it's selling or anything. No. Got four views on that though. Oh, 6 views. Interesting. Still only 1 follower. Yep, you can continue with all these things. If you need any external credentials like a Terso database, etc., let me know, as you're on a very minimal DigitalOcean pod at the moment. Cool. Yep, correct. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, we should also come up with an automated way to do this. I think we can do it basically via commits and then via understanding what the project itself is. Maybe we add like a tools section to all the projects or something for things that we can potentially link by. Yeah, maybe not. Oh, it's going to be size set with a service account or app provider. Okay, that's fine, yeah. Is there a free email account or something that we can use to do this? Currently, I can't really create a new Gmail account for some reason. Wondering if there's an alternative we can do there. Okay. This is all very fascinating. How is the droplet going? Is it like burning through CPU and stuff, or like, yeah, okay, so CPU is hitting its limit. Same for disk IO at points. So might need to get a beefier box. I think this is the minimum size droplet anyway at the moment. Yeah, I mean, it's $12. I guess we'll see how we go. Like, if we can up it, well, if we don't need to up it, that's fine. But if we need to up it, we can bump it up a little bit. It's not too expensive at all. Built me a website. Crazy. Oh, that's a really interesting idea there. Maybe we can create a crypto token that you can invest in. I mean, I'm getting a bit crypto bro here, but maybe we can create a crypto token that you can invest in that pays for some of the expenses like server costs, etc. And then based on the revenue that we get from the projects that it builds, distributes out to the token holders. Maybe that's an interesting idea. Okay, yeah. Cobalt agent code, yeah. Yeah, can we explore the Clawbot agent code deploy, marketing, tweeting loops, etc. As well as the memory. The memory is an interesting part as well. So what I'm thinking is maybe we can create a basically the same structure. Well, I do want to create basically the same sort of structure where we can, basically create products semi-autonomously. So interested to see what the approach to that would be. I then also have the idea that maybe we can create a crypto coin that people invest in that helps pay for the costs of running all this stuff. And then any revenues and profits that we generate from it can be redistributed via the crypto. Might be an interesting approach. Hey, Warlorn. Discussion for all. Planning to use Playwright for UI testing and integrate it into Windsurf, but you think it will be good for an enterprise company project? Yeah, I mean, Playwright is used in loads of enterprises. Yeah, it's a pretty standard thing nowadays, I think, really. Like, you'll find a lot of companies use it for their, like, end-to-end testing and stuff. Like I said, the previous company that I worked for, I think we had Playwright. Maybe it was Selenium that we were using. I can't remember, but yeah, it would run in the CI doing various end-to-end testing and browser stuff. I didn't work in front end, so I didn't really get involved with it that much. But yeah, you can definitely do that. And yeah, if you're on a Mac and you're doing agentic coding, I can recommend CMux. This tool, CMux, it basically gives the agents like access to various hooks and CLIs, and one of them is a browser CLI, so you can boot up a browser in the terminal, and the agent can play around with it in a nice little workflow through the CLI, which is super awesome. Okay. Plan is updated. Here's a summary of the changes. Auto-linking costs to projects. New project declares which vendors it uses. Project X. When a cost comes in. Yeah, fine. About adding services section to each project's detail page. Auto-linking is always suggested. Right, yeah. Cloudflare email workers. Best option is completely free. Email routing in Cloudflare. Create a route like your domain, a tiny worker. Paste it to your app's webhook. Okay, awesome. Can we please go ahead and implement all these features? Do remember we need TDD, good testing. We also need clean code, modular code, again, following sort of a DDD approach and hexagonal architecture approach. Cloudflare email workers. Maybe that's interesting. How can I know more about CMux? I too use a Mac for development. I hate front-end dev as well. The work is aligned that way. Yeah, so CMux. I mean, you know, I'm new to it. I've only been using it a couple of days. That's the link. Go try it out, basically. So yeah, like if you look at the website, it's got some reasonable documentation. You can basically tell Claude or whatever agent you're using to do CMux -- help and like explore the API bit. And you can say to it like, using the browser, go and do testing on this thing. Maybe we can do that on one of these. Yes, like once it's finished doing what it needs to do, maybe we will get it to do a manual test on the browser with it for you to demonstrate how it works. Again, I'm not affiliated with that at all. It's all open source. But yeah, I'm pretty impressed with it so far, so go try it out. Again, with all these things, you don't need permission to just explore it and try it. But yeah, so far it's probably the best terminal that I've used. It's built on Ghosty, I think. I'm pretty sure it is built on Ghosty. But for agentic coding, it's been great, much better than Warp so far. I don't know how well. I guess it would be fine for like non-agentic coding, but if you're doing agentic stuff, it is very useful, just because it has access to all of those kind of hooks and CLI stuff as well. It is cool. So maybe we'll get OpenClaw to. Okay, can you do some manual testing of the UI using CMux's browser, please? So was it CMux -- help? So what we should see here is that it will boot up the browser. I've already got these running, so whether it will be smart enough to just check the ports and stuff. Yeah, there you go. So it's booted it up. It's going to go ahead and do some whatever it wants to do, really, like check some stuff. It's really cool. Like, I mean, I know it is just using like, I don't know what it uses under the hood, but similar sort of thing to Playwright, all that kind of stuff. But it is kind of really cool that it does that kind of stuff. Okay. So yeah, I definitely need to get my OpenClaw bot to have access to some sort of browser emulation at some point, I guess. Okay, so apparently it's done. Story 2.3. Shall we look at the Git? See whether it's committed anything? Is the CI passing? It is. Awesome. Again, whether this is correct or not, who knows? We shall see. can we actually get a product from a single plan document? We'll find out, basically. Okay, I don't know whether the plan document is even any good. Again, I got it all written by Claude and stuff, so I'll stop this because there's no point in burning my credit, burning my usage. Oh, I didn't want to actually quit Claude, but yeah. Okay. So that one's doing some changes. Oh yeah, I did need to run the script, didn't I? That's one thing it wanted me to do. Gosh. It wasn't one. Wasn't that. Wasn't that. Seed agents, that was it. So what would it be? It'll be no. What is it? It's Control Shift down, up, left. No. Scripts. I think it was that. Was it? Okay, so that's run. Has it seeded the agent stuff? No, it didn't work. I might have deleted the credentials. Maybe that's why it's not worked. But okay, go ahead and make the required changes, please. So yeah, then what we'll do is we'll get content generator Claude to boot up Django and test feature 6 point whatever so far. Yeah, definitely check it out and explore. It's a pretty cool tool. As I say, for my purposes of fully agentic vibing, it's working pretty well. Whether I'd use it if I was just manually writing code, maybe. I don't see what advantages it would have over just Ghosty, but there we go. Okay, can we do a manual browser test using the CMux browser hooks of feature 6 currently? It does do CMux -- help. So yeah, it does seem to forget that it has access to this stuff. Maybe I need to update like Claude Markdown or the memory or something to like whenever I say do CMux browser to actually look at the bloody CLI rather than going, oh, I don't have access to that, and then me having to tell it has access to it, and then it doing it. So yeah, good. Yeah, it looks like it's found an issue basically. So good and bad. Well, it's good that it's found it. Bad that it didn't fix it when it was writing the code. Obviously, the testing is not good enough that it's done there. Maybe I'll get it to. I can probably create a skill actually, can't I? That would be like Claude manual verification, where it can go and do all this stuff. We'll get Claude to do that in a second, actually. Yeah, I think that's actually a good idea. And then we'll get it to write based on, like, once it's fixed those, write integration tests, and then obviously eventually like some BDD end-to-end testing sort of thing would be good. This is obviously just the Django admin stuff, so obviously I'm not like UI testing or anything, but we are going to be building a UI in one of the next phases. So at that point, it will be awesome to have it able to do that and manually verify. And then again, like I will try and give access to Claude to Playwright or something similar to, well, I'll definitely have to bump up the droplet to give it access to that, but it would be cool to give it access to browser emulation stuff so that it can build and play around with check design and all that kind of stuff of its own creations. So yeah, because yeah, I don't know how like the Kelly one is working then, because, well, I guess maybe it's running on like a Mac Mini or something where it has access to all the like Xcode and stuff. I don't know whether you can get all of that on Linux or not. Never built any iOS or like Mac specific apps. Yeah, but we don't care about the laws, do we, at the moment? Yeah, so interesting. So like trigger, context, planning, tool. I mean, I don't know why it's building me a little website to tell me all of this stuff, but it's interesting. Okay, can we create all the markdown stuff using the soul pattern, I believe, for Clawbot agents, and create various agents for all of the stuff that we will need for this? It's very meta getting AI to build stuff that will build stuff with AI, but it's interesting. So yeah, welcome to the streams, guys. Please do get involved in the chat, join Discord and subscribe. We're currently building a few things. We are building with Claudebot. Well, I say we. My Claudebot is building stuff. It's building a tool to hopefully track insider trading on Polymarket. Whether it will work or not, we don't know. But it's just an experiment to see what we can build autonomously with agents and how far we can get. And then locally with Claude, I'm building a tool to help me generate content on YouTube, TikTok Shorts, in future tweets, and then analyze them analytically to get some data and try and improve and build the audience and stuff. We're then also building some stuff for the Open Dashboard, which is kind of one of the websites we're using to track all of this stuff. Go check that out as well if you like. And then we've got openly.bet, which is the first project that we've kind of fully built. Actually, no, it's the second project we fully built on stream, which is kind of a tool to pit LLMs against each other in terms of predicting the outcome of sporting events. We've not made any proper bets yet. I just need to add a proxy to avoid jurisdiction issues for making Polymarket bets. But yeah, join all the channels, join Twitter, all that stuff, and get involved, basically. Let's suppose I'm running one application on, say, 8080, and I come to CMux and say, to open that application, navigate somewhere, will there be any issue for it? Onto the application. So like CMux has nothing to do with it. CMux is just a terminal that provides CLI access and hooks to the agents. So in your case, of what you're saying, like if you're already running an app on AT80, and then the app that the agent is building, the default port is AT80 as well. What will happen is the agent will try and boot it up. It will see that that port's already in use, and then it will probably just change the port and then boot it up again, basically. That's what I've seen it do on my own things, basically. So I have this dev servers tab here, which is the dev servers for openly.bet. I mean, they don't even need to be running, to be honest. I don't know why I have them running, but and then when I first told Openly, Claude to do something with openly.bet, it saw they were running. It tried to then, it saw the ports were in use. It then tried to boot its own versions of it on different ports, and I just told it, hey, look, you've already got it open. Look at this tab, and it did it, and it was fine. So it's super interesting. Like, but yeah, just play around with it. Like, stuff goes wrong, doesn't matter. It's not gonna break anything, hopefully. Okay, awesome. Can we please create a Claude Code skill that is called manual testing? What you should do basically is use the CMux browser emulation to manually verify that it is all working. And then based on that, we should then come up with a list of integration and end-to-end tests to write. Okay, let's see what it comes up with there. Yes, it should have access to that. Yeah, there's no newbie questions. Don't worry about it. Just if you're not sure, ask, and we can talk about it. I ask dumb questions all the time. You should see if you saw my private Claude history of some of the stuff that I ask it, you think I'm an absolute idiot. But I've outsourced my thinking to AI currently. I do definitely feel a bit dumber having done that. Having been using AI a lot. I think the brain rot is real. So yeah, Clawbot is, building stuff, running stuff. The CI is working, so we'll see where we get with it. But it's kind of amazing that it's just committing code and building stuff. This one is far more prompted than the last ones, well, than future ones that we're going to try and do, I guess. So this plan document was written via me prompting Claude Code to come up with like a pretty detailed plan. No idea if this is good code, good structure. I didn't look at any of it really. I was more just talking through the functionality and kind of breaking it up into stuff. So we'll see how far it can get and whether it actually aligns with what I was thinking in terms of like a tool and like project stuff to get to an MVP, and how close we can actually get to that. How much does it cost us so far? $5 so far, I think. Can we do it via API key? API key. Okay, no, so it's only like a couple of bucks then, maybe. Yeah. Maybe that's from older stuff then, basically. When is that? First. Okay, yeah, so that's from the other day then. That's fine. Now story. Okay, terrible English, but yeah. Telling you beforehand, CMax has nothing to do with the application, or am I just being newbie? That's a question. Yeah, so CMux has literally nothing to do with your applications. It's just a terminal. So like the native Mac terminal or or Ghosty or anything like that. It's just a a terminal basically. Yeah, it's basically built for agentic coding, is my understanding. Yeah, but it has nothing to do with your application. Like the only link that you're probably seeing here is that I'm building through the AI through CMux basically. Okay, yeah, get it and play around with it. Have a look. Okay, yeah, I'll need to set up this. If you can get an email address as well, that'd be great from Cloudflare to track the expenses and stuff. Probably try and get one as well for the AI so it can email people and stuff. Who knows? I did have the idea. Whether this is a good idea or not, I don't know. Whether we'll pursue it or not. So I really like Starter Story as the kind of the concept of interviewing people about how they got started and their products and businesses and stuff. So I wondered whether we could create a little podcast where I interview people who are building with AI, building tools, and trying to build businesses around that kind of thing. And then I did also wonder whether we could build, again, autonomous agents to go and like look at Twitter and find people that are building like that, reach out to them and try and get them to come on a podcast and all that kind of stuff. Whether it's something that's sensible or good idea, I don't know. Maybe I can try it at some point. But it's kind of interesting, really. Again, we're just experimenting with all this stuff and trying to work out how it all works, what we can do with it, how far we can actually push it, and build stuff with it. Awesome. Okay, let's commit all this stuff and then move on to 6.3. Okay, So yeah, 220 views on this stream. Not too bad, really. I guess it is Friday for most people. So more than the last one. Last one didn't do very well. I was having a bit of a nightmare yesterday. Stuff was not working. Clawbot was being an absolute pain in the arse. But we've got it working now. 60 plus subscribers in the last 28 days, which is basically when I started getting back on the channel and building stuff. So the live stream started there. So we're making good progress on subscribers, on watch time, views. Still a long way away from hitting 1,000 subscribers to be monetized. Don't think we're anywhere near being able to get any kind of monetization on the channel. Yeah, miles away, like so far away from watch hours and subscribers and stuff. So I need to create content for the main channel rather than just live streams. Again, this is one of the reasons I'm building the content generation platform, is to help me do that. Cool. Okay, so that's done. I can't really test it because I don't have an email account and stuff, but oh, it seems to have done loads of stuff, really. Okay, let's just do a quick manual test, check that everything is working as we expect, and then you can commit and push that. Again, use CMux browser emulation for that, cmux-help. So what we'll probably actually do is maybe we can get that as a global skill as well, so we can just share it across the Claude agents and stuff. Also need to see whether we can get Claude. Maybe I can buy another Claude subscription and use it on OpenClaw. I don't think you're allowed to do that now, but from what I can see, that's what everyone is doing. So I guess we'll see. So no more commits from OpenClaw bot. Yeah, the thing is I don't know if it's working. I assume it's doing stuff, but we'll give it another couple. Well, are you actually working OpenClaw or not? Can you let me know? I wonder if there's some way we can have like a visual signal or something so I can see that you're actually doing work rather than having to ask you or look at logs and stuff. Maybe we can come up with an idea around that. Maybe it's just because I don't trust it yet because it's still brand new. If you're planning to do podcasts, I have subscribed. Happy watch. Kind of new, so I want to hear about adapting AI. Yeah, I mean, whether I could get anyone to come on a podcast, I don't know. As I say, my audience is basically tiny currently. But I would be interested to see whether I can do that. And again, like, I will try and build it on stream, the kind of the agent that I'll use to reach out to people and like look and stuff. It'll be very, very interesting if we can do that, because I don't want to manually reach out to people. And part of this is all like, how can we utilize AI tooling and how far can we actually push it? I said I did join this Zero Human Company group for $99, which is a lot of money. So maybe I can find some people in there that are doing similar sort of thing and interview them. Be super interesting because, yeah, trying to push the boundaries to see how far we can get, see whether we can actually generate any revenue. As we're currently at negative, probably £1,000 now, I should think, in total, maybe. Approaching it, I should think. A lot of money, basically. So I need to start getting some kind of revenue soon. But I'm not too concerned. I believe we can, and I believe we will. Coolly cool. Definitely working through stuff. Hasn't made any more commits. No, it has not. Have we got any? Have we got a response from Kelly? No, we haven't. So I got 4 views on that one, but no actual responses. I was kind of expecting a response there from the agent, but obviously not. It's only following one person. I guess the founder of it. He's probably told it not to reply to anything, which is probably why. Yeah, I mean, so that application is kind of interesting. It is ultimately very simple in reality, but if it makes money, interesting. So yeah, it looks like Claude is coming up with a big plan for me there. So I've got a lot of stuff to look at and try and digest. Trying to understand how it's all working. But yeah, we're trying to explore what is actually achievable. Didn't I tell it to do some CMux browser stuff? Okay. How's my bot doing? Network connection lost. I mean, that's not good, is it? Hello, are you there? What does this say? Okay, maybe we need to come up with a better flow for that then. Okay, I think what might be a good flow is that when you create a feature into any work, well, firstly, we should have a change log in the repository. That's one thing we should definitely have. But then also you should have, you should write up like what you've done in a markdown document and commit the document and then just link me that document rather than writing a big message in Discord. See what it comes up with there. Okay, well, we'll see what it looks like. Obviously, I've not got any of the expenses stuff wired up yet, but okay, is this all going to work without having anything wired up? I don't have the email account and all that stuff yet, so we need to make sure that when we build stuff, we are backwards compatible at all times. Okay, so that's done. Let's go ahead and simplify. Simplify. Any more commits from that? Nope. I do wonder whether it's just like the droplet is not good enough. And maybe I need to upsize the droplet. Yeah, I mean, so it seems to be hitting like CPU and disk issues. Yeah, so we're going to need to upsize the droplet. I'll do that later and do it off stream. Okay, awesome. Well done, Claudibot. Let's open dashboard. 2 minutes ago. Okay, so that should be going through Vercel. 30 seconds ago. Let me just run the cron job. I don't think there's anything going on with I need for the cron job, but I'll just run it. Expenses. Okay, no. Definitely don't want an add expense. Get rid of the add expense button on the page. Again, this is an open dashboard for the public. We should never be having stuff like that on the page. It's all driven via the cron job, fetching data, and automation, basically never doing manual stuff like that. And as I said, it's an open dashboard, so if we had that and it was working, anyone could add an expense. Yeah, and please add that to your memory so that we never build a thing like that again. Make sure we know that it's public dashboard, all driven via the backend automation and cron jobs to update the database. Awesome. I feel like we've had a lot more commits than that, haven't we? I think. Maybe it's broken again or something. Yeah, I feel like there was a thing actually that we had in the cron job. In the cron job, we're getting these errors. So yeah, one thing that is kind of fascinating, right, is that I feel like with the whole agentic coding stuff, like a lot of these companies will start to make better APIs and have more APIs, I think. So I feel like previously there was this kind of view, well, a while ago there was the view that APIs will be everywhere and that everyone will use APIs and stuff, and then never really panned out because obviously you need the software engineers to build the APIs, you need software engineers to build stuff on them. A lot of companies obviously do have APIs, but they were all kind of for the purpose of that company rather than for people building and kind of Joe Schmo public being able to have access to it. But I think like stuff like OpenClaw, what it's called, OpenClaw, ClawBot, whatever it's called. I can see a lot of companies building APIs for that kind of agentic flow, rather than just having kind of browser emulation that people do. So like, you kind of envision it like if you said to Claude, OpenClaw, where it's called, buy my groceries, and it can then go and based on the API of the company, do it that way rather than having to do the browser like click through and stuff, which I think was the approach that a lot of the that Rabbit AI was having, was like using Playwright or whatever to just go to the website and click through. So I do wonder whether the LLM stuff will mean a boom in API development. We'll see. Is that not the repo name then? Oh, it's because that's a private repo. Is it because it's a private repo? Do I need to do anything for the credentials to give it access to the private repo? Ooh, thanks for subscribing and welcome to the channel. Welcome to the community. Good to have you here. Get involved in the chat, join the Discord, follow me on all the socials. Happy to interact and talk. Yeah, okay, so I need to give it a token. I'll do that. Yeah, okay, I need to go fix that later on as well. Okay, yes, I'm here. CI just passed for the last fix. Let me check the current status. Epic 2 complete. CI is passing. Regarding a visual signal, good idea. Options, channel topic, status message, GitHub deployment status. What will be the best for you? What would be the best for me, I wonder? Yeah, let's go with the status message. So you can just post me a message here. What we will do in the future is give you a Twitter account so you can talk about all this and tweet your progress and stuff. For now, just give me a status message in Discord and give me current status of what you're doing now. So yeah, this is the potential future, right? Okay, it's going to ignore that. Come on, Claude. Come on, OpenClaw bot. It does seem to get in this like where it just doesn't respond at times. Maybe it's busy doing something else, but not addressed by design structural duplication. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that was simplify. So now we're on code review. Get my hand out of my pocket and actually type. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is probably wrap up the stream. It's 8 o'clock here. We have streamed for a little bit of time now. I think, 4 hours? yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the stream. Thanks for watching, guys. Remember, join the community,